Morning, guys. Oh boy. NQ looks like it wants downside. Let's watch what happens at our ETH low here, but us not being able to get over this 150. Um, can like either we're gonna maintain this balance or we'll probably get a break. See what the Russell can do. Looking at potential 3 bar on the 5 minute. We break this low on EOS. We'd really need to see an active buyer step in, or seems pretty likely. That we'll get continuation down. Right, so we're watching this low. Break of this low. Going to let you know. Break of this high and a supported bid over 93.50. Let you know that there'll probably be a push to 201. But as of right now, it's a pretty bearish structure. The 5. See if NVIDIA can help carry this with the Russell. Just wait for acceptance on either side, play the reoffer. Yeah, still just holding within this range. NQ coming up, the retest, this edge, our node. See if we can get acceptance back in, or if the reoffer will stick here at our value low. Right, if it's able to bid, then we can look for it to come back up to the highs. Again, everything's just inside. So waiting for ES to show directionality, NQ and RTY both pushing. While the NQ is showing by far the most bearish price action, is holding tail. But if it can get back in, fully expect a rotation up. If it rejects us here, then it's us failing to get back over our overnight low. Give it a minute. For my NQ enjoyers, if you short it off of the tail, your first risk off until low. Yes, still just flat. Nothing really there. You can see the seller's active. That's why I'm saying for ES, wait for either side. You just have the seller who's absorbing at this tail edge of this distribution, but we have a buyer who's at our low, who's defending the overnight low. So you've got balance, proven otherwise. NQ by far the best price action for the bearish con. Right. A ton of liquidity down at this like 181, 183 area. So this is like your last line of defense. See if buyers will step in here at this lower low, or if we'll push below. Really keep an eye on that 181. Previous week value high was at 72.75. I'm gonna full screen this chart for a second.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, do get the University of Michigan sentiment prelim data for March. Forecast 77.1 on the prior 76.9 with a range of 85 to 74 expected. For the University of Michigan inflation expectations, the 1-year inflation expectations forecast at 3.1% on the prior 3%, and the 5-year at 2.9% forecast on the prior 2.9%. For the breakdown from University of Michigan, their conditions prelim, the forecast is 79.7 on the prior 79.4, and the expectations prelim, the forecast is 75.1 on the prior 75.2.
Really keeping an eye on what happens with Nvidia as we fill the gap. I can be a bit more bullish if we can hold that structure from yesterday. Alright, all the charts have been dubbed. Okay with. So whatever. That liquidity is still tempting down here at 181, 182. I don't know if it's going to hold. So far, we just pierced below our our overnight low on EOS. Then it's now acting as our resistance. Not a great sign, but if sellers still fail to push us below, it's not incredibly meaningful. Just need to keep an eye on it. my biggest worry right now is that NQ, dang it, might as well be. Nvidia has now filled the gap, right? So if we can't make this supportive at the tail end of this distribution here, and this rejects, as NQ is coming up to retest our opening range, right? This can result in a big push down if Nvidia fails
So in 5 minutes
hold
time now, at
and
the
break
top of the hour,
up here.
the University of Michigan
But as long
sentiment
as buyers
prelim
are
is due to
still
be released.
willing
This is the March prelim
to
data.
defend this low,
Forecast
right?
is 77.1 on the prior 76.9
not actionable.
with a range of 85 to 74 expected. The 1-year inflation prelim.
So we just keep an eye on it.
Forecast at 3.1%, prior 3%. 5-year inflation prelim. Forecast at 2.9% on the prior 2.9%. For the conditions prelim, forecast is 79.7 on the prior 79.8, and the expectations is forecast at 75.1 on the prior 75.2.
I'm gonna delete this just because we know what we're looking for now. It's getting a bid, so that's really good. We just want to see now acceptance off of this Pierce. Yes, still holding our low. Russell still holding our pivot. Only the biggest issue here is NQ fighting for its life here at this overnight low. By far the bullish out of everything. Go. Is that a glitch on Dollar General? What's going on here? This might be my fault. I went to Dollar General yesterday to buy butterscotch candy. I may have pumped the price, you know? Sorry about that. Jesus Christ, Flex. This is our big test here on Nvidia, seeing if we can hold the gap as supportive now, right? If we don't see this show as a supportive bid and pop back, we have our Nvidia probably leading back down. Come down to this low of this distribution target. So this is a pretty key area. Things that we're currently noticing. We're seeing that ES is failing to get back into our opening range, our fixed range here. And if that's showing, if that continues to, oops, I didn't mean that. That's fine. If this continues to happen, where we continue to fail to get back into our fixed range value low, we're seeing acceptance at the lows for continuation down. So it's not the greatest sign for a bullish action. We know that there's a buy side liquidity here who's attempting. We just don't know how much they're willing to put out, and if they're going to be satiate the sell side, right? But I do see that they are active. You can see it as well. Putting it in chat now. It's what they're trying.
10 seconds.
So either they continue to absorb down here, or this will continue to just show a sell side acceptance where our price is moving down.
76
right?
spot 5, 76
So just
spot
keep
5,
an eye
that's
on
lower
this
than
area.
forecast, 77
News coming out
spot
now.
1. The 1-year inflation prelim at 3%, 3%, that's lower than forecast, 3 spot 1%.
Keep an eye on Nvidia here at our
74.4,
74.4.
2.9% as expected. So for the breakdown, the expectations prelim at 74 spot 6, 74 spot 6, that is lower than forecast, 75 spot 1. Conditions prelim 79 spot 4, 79 spot 4, which is lower than forecast, 79 spot 7.
Our period zones have now popped up. So we have some actionable levels now.
So just to recap over the inflation expectation numbers from UMich there. The 1-year inflation prelim did come in unchanged at 3%, but lower than the expected 3.1%. 5-year unchanged and as expected at 2.9%.
Give this a little bit of time to digest. And again, for ES, we need to see acceptance back into this 87.88 for this to be bullish at all, or it's still just in your sell side range, right? Where we have this buyer who's attempting at this low, but we have this seller who is active on the day and willing to absorb, keeping us in this downward channel, right? Price trend wise. So just waiting for this buyer to be off sides and then for the offer to defend it from the other side, right? Russell breaking our pivot here, 15.8. Nvidia pushing down into our opening range. Need to see a bid continue to step in here at the 74.40, or this will become our resistance, right? A break back into value, and if we have a break back into value, if this bid doesn't hold here, then it is most likely going to oscillate back down. The OC and our value low. It's here and here.
So US Treasury yields slightly pair their gains after the US consumer sentiment data. The 10-year yield is last up around 1.4 basis points.
CFR seller is willing to defend this 82 to Globex low on this retest.
We have posted out the University of Michigan March prelim reports on the feed for those interested.
Nvidia is still holding our upper edge, but we're really watching to see if the offer can get us lower, or if this is going to trap them off sides. Buyer steps in. Back. Don't know as of yet. Not have. Okay, there we go. Most of my thesis this morning is going to be based off of, is the Russell able to maintain value? Is Nvidia able to maintain value? And if these things are happening, it's going to be very hard for me to look for a short continuation, right? So we need to see the Russell start to do something like this. We're going to need to see Nvidia to start to do something like this, where we get back in and show sort of a bearish pathing. But if both of these are holding, we're really relying on NQ alone to kind of carry the weight down. So we need to see NQ showing a incredibly bearish sequence where we're then holding value low on the day as our resistance on retest. So we watch for the retest here, and that has to carry the market down for us, right? If the Russell maintains kind of a neutrality, and you're relying solely on tech basically to carry us down on the day, which is just it's hard.
ECB's lane says firms are no longer fearful about labour shortages.
This is our previous week value high here at 72.75. If we don't see a buyer really step in here at this edge, I think it's probably safe to say that we are going to come down to another 10 points probably. Watch our reoffer on the Russell here. If we reject our pivot at 56.8. We need to see the Russell reject value low. One continuation down. Watch NVIDIA as well. The 74.40, our value high. Again, so far bouncing off a previous week. Watch our retest into 80s on NQ. NVIDIA here into 76, 75, 50, 76 area. Russell into our 56.8 pivot. And ES into our 82. See if our offer sticks here. If we pierce over our ETH low on ES, we see a bid step in, then there's potential for reversal. But just keep an eye, right? We have our previous week value high holding as supportive, but we need to break back in today's balance for this to matter, or it's just a continuation of the downtrend. Right? So keep it in mind. Again, as long as the Russell sell trend and NVIDIA sell trend end, don't expect too much continuation on the selling channel on the overall market. Here's our look on EOS. Video retesting our gap, rejecting so far. Like to see value try to be covered here at 75, like 60 basically. Now show is supportive. It was going to bid. Only bullish outlook for me. This holding here, then being able to go a supportive move this, or it's still just a lower high failure. Need follow through from buy side. Oops. So same levels we were watching to see if the offer was going to stick. We now need to watch to see if the bid will maintain. Right, so we were watching 82s on ES. We were watching this 80 on NQ. We want to see the bid now try to defend these levels where our offer was trying to stick before. So again, just like with NVIDIA, we want to see this be able to bid over and defend this level as we push back in to show that these buyers are back, right? Because what just happened is that they were off sides. This low, right? So as we pushed below, we were looking for an offer to be here to push price down. They weren't, right? We saw a buyer step in and defend. So now that we're back here, we want to see that same ability to lift from this zone for continuation up. If for whatever reason this doesn't hold, we then look for this to offer again and then push us down. This just becomes a really easy pivot to play around. Same thing for NQ, right? And NVIDIA. It allows you to flip-flop between, right? Either buyers hold, and then we directionally look up. If we push below, we look for a re-offer defend. We flip short. Either a pierce back into value maintains, right? Or we fail to hold value, and then the offer sticks, price down. Comes a pretty easy level. Yeah, exactly, Sauce. And this is the same battle as before, where we need to show acceptance back into this lower edge of our opening fixed range that I put on here. If we can do that, right, then we know where we're going to go. We're going to go for this 92.94. If we see acceptance at the low, right, value low, then we're going to be able to then look up for our seller back up into what they previewed. So here's our test at our edge, seeing if a buyer will step in here. I'm going to delete this, know that it's full. Good. Now we're just battling for this edge. $970. Watching edge.
So we're looking now to the Fear and Greed Index, 70 out of 100, indicating greed, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index is at 83 out of 100, which is indicating extreme greed. We're also looking at the VIX, which is up 2% so far at 14.68.
Watch our 80 on NQ. Watch our 82 on yes. Still failing to get back into this range from before. Just need to see everything kind of get a lift here. We're still trading like pretty balanced today. There's a bit more speed on tape at least, which is nice. Moves are happening a bit faster once we actually get to important levels. It's a bit more enjoyable. Nice, man. Once you understand what you're looking for, like, and this is why I was like, I really want you guys to read the description on the value indicators, because I think, like, it even does a good, I think, a pretty decent job of just explaining how to trade a regular profile. But like, as soon as you understand how like the profiles work and the rules that go around with it, like, it creates so many trade setups. All of a sudden, you have like set plans in your head of like, oh, okay, well, if we did this, then I know where we're gonna go, right? Like, I understand the basic rotations on node. That's like a huge gain for you because now all of a sudden you're not as clued. It's not about some like random level on your chart. It's about understanding where value is, right? Like that's the edge. Is it's not your lines, it's understanding where value of the market is. That's huge. That's like that's real. If I can highlight, how do I visualize this better with a see? I wonder if the history box that's showing the entire thing, not just value. Why would it do that? Good to know. What's up, Gav? Ooh, I didn't know I could flip it. That's new. What the hell? Okay. This is Ching. There we go. Now we can show value like that. Huge. It'd be really cool if I could offset it. Wait, that's actually yes here. Why did that work on NQ, RTY, and NVIDIA, but ESS is yanked? Oh, it's because it's nice. Important level here on NVIDIA. This was our top yesterday for our last period on. This is where we topped out, right? Top balance from yesterday. So we need to see a super strong move here where we show acceptance and then pop up to our overnight high, or this will be our balance high again. Things that are different that we can note: we are showing an acceptance above value high here. So in our current profile, right on the day, we showed value low, the willingness to hold and to bid here. We've shown acceptance over value high outside of our range. What we need to do now is build up on yesterday's value high, right? And show that that has a willingness for buy side to still participate here. And if we can get that, then we can go for that like 91.75. Above 91.75, we have a decent amount of room upside. I would say this is probably first target here. If we can see acceptance above, and then that upper target. That's if we can see acceptance. Let's understand that this is an important edge where we topped out yesterday. Now we look to see if buyers are willing to bid above. Hmm. 15 DMs from Obi in the morning. Huge. Just watching it increase. So this is our overnight high on the video. Now we look for acceptance at our value high from yesterday. Expect a bit of chop here as we try to build acceptance over NVIDIA value high, yesterday value high. See, this is nice now that I have them flipped on this right side. Here. Look at that. Do we see? We can just see yesterday's daily value here. See the edge that we're looking to hold and maintain. Want to see buyers willing to defend this edge. Flag this out. It's better for my charts because I'm so zoomed in with the 4 pane on this little monitor. Yeah, at least for right now. See what it looks like later on in the day. This might be terrible once more price action is like on the day. But for right now, it's pretty good. This might be a AM session only meta, you know? Yeah. I mean, honestly, being able to just do this with PVZ, it's really all I need to see. And we give our value high and our POC and our value low for the last period of the day. So being able to just scroll over and understand, like, this morning session, we just traded up to yesterday's value high period, right? And it's like, okay, now we're just trying to show acceptance in yesterday's POC. And we can see where our current balance profile is for that session. Like, that's really all I need to see. So it does a very similar thing. You can see, like, that's where with NVIDIA as well. Like, our PVZ line is right there. Here's our test on the hold of balance. Oops, wrong thing. Now, for any more upside, we want to see the exact same thing we just saw here with the ability to build. We're looking for this to be able to build here. We can get something like that, right? And we can come up and test these highs. This is NQ attempting a break above our overnight low and our value high. Important test here, seeing if we can get back into our morning balance and make it supportive again. Same thing for ES, value high test. If we don't see like a really strong move here on tech, I could see us chopping around for like the next 30 with us testing value highs across the board. We're going to need to see NQ really show that it wants to break outside of value. Really keeping that in mind here. Understand that like this is our current value that we're trading around. We need to see acceptance here at this tail for upside, or we could see kind of a chop in between this POC and this value high. So really want to see a bid step in here, show that we actively want to break outside of our balance and push price on the day. This is the Russell into our overnight high and resistance. Watch as we come into this 96.50, 97 area on ES. This is our next area where we really want to see buyers willing to defend. And this is a pretty easy level to watch just because this is where we saw our selling off of the morning session, right? We want to see if these guys are still actively absorbing up here, or if we can show that buy side is willing to now defend this area as supportive. It's definitely a good first risk off. You bought any of these secondary moves up, and now we're just attempting to see if we can show buyers willing to buy at our value edge. So we're looking for buy side to basically continue to defend this and then build here for a pop, or we might need to come back down to POC for liquidity. Losing my voice, man. Great job, Grotto.
ECB's McLuth says, my current view is that the picture should be sufficiently clearer in June to give us sufficient confidence to make monetary policy less restrictive. So SOFR flows are mixed as traders weigh the impact of Fed dots pricing. The flows in SOFR options picked up on Friday's session with no strong bias or direction as traders look to hedge potential impact of Fed revising their dot plot forecast at next week's policy meeting and the potential front-end market reaction to any adjustments.
Yes. What's up? What am I looking at here? I'm supposed to know why you drew that box? Is that what you're asking? How am I supposed to know? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you want to see that wick high become supportive. Another way to look at it is we're at our opening range low of our 30-second opening range. And we're at our value high on the day. So what we're we're kind of in between two rocks here, right? We've got a seller who's trying to defend this morning opening range, right? And we have a buyer who's trying to defend today's balance, right? So we're looking for buyers to basically try to defend this low and push us up, but we need acceptance over this initial balance that popped in on the day. So it makes it a pretty rough area. But as long as we're trying to maintain our value highs here on the day, right? So like this 93 on ES is what we're looking for to be defended. And then a push over over our 97s is kind of our ideal catalyst to get us out of here. Until then, we're kind of just trapped in a two-way auction between morning sellers trying to keep us below our opening balance. We have buyers who are actively participating, trying to keep us outside of value. Right, trying to show acceptance on buy side outside of value. What's up? Keep deleting the wrong. Yep. And again, like, what is going to help cause that? Well, like, we can always keep an eye on if ES is able to maintain outside of value high. We can watch NVIDIA at our Globex high, we're looking for a flagging to occur, right? Like that's never been questioned. And we want to see the Russell be able to maintain a higher low. But we're waiting on the Russell to break out of value. It is still currently trading within balance, right? Our balance here is from this high, this low. So for us to be incredibly bullish on the session and have a potential trend day, we need to see a break and hold outside of balance from the Russell. We have it on tech, right? Tech is carrying, but we need to see our mid caps also show participation for like a very bullish day. It's not bad if we continue to just like maintain balance where the Russell just rotates between value high and value low, as long as it keeps up with that same energy. But you're relying really heavily right now on tech to carry us further. So it'd be nice to see the Russell break out. But as long as things are holding value high, like there's no reason to have any sort of bias that goes against like upside. This is yes into our next target here at 201.50. If we want to trade the same distribution that we did yesterday, which is between this 201 to like 203 and this 209, right, we need to see acceptance at this edge, and then we can trade up into this upper tail from this previous distribution. We know that there is another distribution here, another auction between this 21, 23 area and this, like, I don't know, 13. So these become our next pivots, where we see acceptance here over this 201.50. We are most likely going to come up to this 209. If we see acceptance at this 209.50 edge, we're most likely going to find resistance here, hit our heads on this like 12 to 14. But if we see acceptance, we will trade up 18s and build in just from the same previous stock yesterday. So we need to get back in here first for that to matter. But that's kind of how I'm viewing this, because it was super clear yesterday how we would trade once we got into those areas. Yeah, man, losses are just part of it. As long as you don't stay in that position with hopium, right? It doesn't matter. It's part of trading. And you showed that, right? You're still profitable with more losses than winners. And you did the thing. Good job. Yeah, no problem. This is a good example of what I'm talking about with that previous auction being at the highs at this like 201, 203 area. Look at what the liquidity. Right, so like we're gonna have to be able to get through that to get back into seller currently just sitting up there absorbing. Watching currently a potential 5-minute 3-bar on ES if we can maintain 97s as supportive. We just need to see that break and push over that to kind of play. Yeah, I'm in a trade. I'm in off of 93s. Yes. The hold of value high. Again, if we play off of 97s, then we have the potential for a 5-minute 3-bar. But we do need to see that breach over that like 201, 203 area for it to matter. Remember that the Russell is at our value high and is still trading within balance, and that we are relying on tech to be able to. If tech can't hold our overnight low here, we do expect a bit of a pullback down to 113.50 before this move actually happens. We're just trying to gain acceptance right now from buy side outside of value. So again, I talked about how this is going to be probably pretty choppy up here while we just try to gain acceptance. And we just need to see if they can do it or not, right? I think that this is doing a pretty good job highlighting, right? We have a LVN here, so we need to see how we react to this tail now that we've filled this edge. Watch NQ at this 130, our overnight low. There might be potentially one more down leg here if we can't get back over acceptance-wise. Want to see this be able to lift over 140s here on NQ. Or again, this is our reoffer. Look where we are, right? Again, I think this is doing a pretty solid job showing this node, right? You had an auction take place here. We then came down in to fill this LEN. We're now trying to get acceptance back into this previous auction. If this fails, right, we're going to have to come back down into this tail. But we're in no man's land in between two, trying to get acceptance back in, while sellers are trying to defend that edge. new zones just popped up. Nothing's changed on NQ with our zones. Stop. Keeping an eye on this 8540 on NQ, or on NVIDIA, sorry. It's our value high, just coming back down after failing to breach. Right, we're looking for acceptance still. Russell still maintaining balance. Just back to our POC here, nothing has changed. Because we failed to break outside of balance, we're getting a rotation down. We're looking to see if buyers will step in here at our POC, the middle of our range. If not, right, we're gonna have to come down to our value low and bid for continuation up. ES holding our value high as right now, looking to see if we accept back in for a push down to 88s, or if this 93, 91 area will continue to maintain supportive. Really keeping an eye off of the NVIDIA, or if NVIDIA value will come distant. Jesus. This is so loud, Tom.
I totally spaced that day. I changed it to that. I'm sorry.
Good.
I had a question for you though.
Yeah.
No Man's Sky. You recommend it?
Yeah, it's good now.
It's 50% off on Steam.
Yeah, I mean it's a good game.
Okay.
If you like
got
open world stuff, yeah.
I got bored with Starfield, so I didn't know if it was like better.
It's
or
a
worse.
better version than of Starfield,
Okay.
I would say. Like it's what Starfield wanted to be. If they could combine the two games, it would be amazing. All right, everything is coming down into our potential supports. Watch this 88 to 91 area. See if buy side is willing to defend this. We're looking for a push back over 93s, an acceptance. Again, Russell needs to stop selling for this to make sense. NQ coming down into our support. So TAC and the Russell coming down into the lows of our balance. This is what we're looking for relief for a bounce. Remember, we are using the Russell as an oscillator on the day as it is still stuck within balance. So as this comes down into our low, this should be our sign if we're going to get another bid. So just keep an eye on for buy side action as we approach down here. And look to see if these things stop selling, right? Because NVIDIA is still holding. NQ coming back down into our low of our base at our POC now. Just looking to see if this is the end of it. If this 88 to 91 area doesn't hold, then we'll be looking for a push back down to value low. But I'd like to see POC be able to maintain right this node edge here. If this node edge does not hold, right, we know where we're headed. Let's back down to our value low. So I would like to see this bid, and I need to see a push back over 96, 97 area on ES. or downtrend will remain.
And US's Blinken says conversations are happening right now on the hostage deal.
So NVIDIA at first target here off of the hold of value. Need to see a push above this 92.5, or really 6. Off of PVZ. POC is now shifted up here. Keep that in mind, that is a big old node. For more upside, we're going to need to see this tail become supportive, right? So a look over POC, ability to build here, and then pop. Russell almost down into our value low for a full
The US
balance
says the
rotation.
G7 is weighing an effective ban on Iran air flights to Europe.
As we approach 80s on NQ, if you're in a short, I would say that that is your risk off. Same with 84.50 on ES. At 84 to 82 area in this 80 area on NQ as the Russell comes down into our value low. Until we see acceptance below value low, treat that as the bottom of our balance. This is where we're looking to see if buyers will step in again, and you want to be risking off any sort of short until we see clear signs that we want continuation below. This is just the bottom of balance. What's up, Adam? You hear me? Our perfect bounce off our 80s on NQ, showing us that balance is still persisting. Need to see a push over 113, our POC, for this to have really any meaning other than a scalp, right? Need to see this show as acceptance to trade back up into this tail side direction after that. But this is a good first risk off if you longed off of the low of balance. Same thing for ES, where 92.75. Need to see a break above 93s. If we do, then we can trade back up to our 97s, which is, of course, the top of our balance. I've tried to highlight that with a red and a green box, blue being our mid. Again, market currently rotating between Russell value high and low. Finding a buyer at our low, and now we are coming back up to our high. Rotations are occurring. As soon as this stops selling, we get a lift. Nothing new. NVIDIA back up to resistance here, where we sold last time at our 92.72. Remember, Euro closes 12:30, not 11:30 right now. I thought we changed those. I feel like it was fixed for a day and then it went back. Hitting our heads on this 105 to 115 node on NQ currently. Need to see a lift over that, or we're just going to be looking for a pushback down and then the ability to find a higher low before we can attempt. Do back to our 80s here. Back down to the low. Russell still holding a higher low. Same with NVIDIA. Good job, Kevin. If you're playing off of 80s, you need to risk off into 95s. POC shift. There really isn't a great short on NQ unless you're playing off of that 105 to 15, or you're looking for the look below 80s and then for that to become resistance, right? This is just our lower edge. Watch as we approach 84s here. Our overnight low and our value low on ES. It's 84 to 82. Either catches a bid or will become resistance on a look below. It's the bottom of our ES balance. NVIDIA back to support. Either we catch a bid here at this 85.40 to 87.40 area, right? Or we have the option to come back down, trade the previous balance. Keeping an eye on NVIDIA and RTY here to let us know. From our hold of 84s on ES, we need to see a look above 87s, or it's doesn't have too much meaning. We have NQ pushing back into value here. See if this is now resistance or continuation down. Watching our Nvidia edge, if we can get our lift. Watch as we approach our Globex high, right, our overnight high, as a resistance point potentially. And again, just keeping an eye on Russell and Nvidia to let us know if we're going to get more downside or not. As long as those are bidding, it's going to be very hard for me to be bearish, right? Especially with us at value low. It's just become a scenario where we're looking for buy side to be active. If we get the pierce below, again, like that 82 to 84 area, will become our resistance on a reoffer. NQ leading us down here, but if Nvidia catches a bid, I don't really resisting. Pivots we're really keeping an eye on is for a lower high to be put in and for our overnight high to be resistance. Again, we need to see a pierce below and then us holding this tail, right? This edge, our distribution that we're trading in, needs to become resistance for Nvidia to show downside. Then we can trade lower quadrant. Yeah, you think it's going for the 1K? Don't think, you know? Holy shit, the prophecy.
S&P Global Ratings says the EU AI Act could become a global benchmark.
Let's target here on the video for 90.8 overnight high. See if it finds a seller here or if it can make it supportive. Russell battling with our POC. And Q still trying to find acceptance below this 80, our value low. Yes, at value low and our Globex low. So really just relying on this NVIDIA and Russell rejection down. Forward balance will persist. Yeah, I can look at Netflix. They're trading in a box, huh? Okay, so you're gonna need to see for continuation down, you're gonna need to see this like 606 ETH to yeah, okay. So I think this is a pretty simple one. This should be where buyers try to initiate again for push up to 10s. And then you watch to see the reaction at 10s. You have an imbalance here right? Sell side. You're going to be watching to see if sellers are able to keep that as resistance. But you are at the low of your current balance. If we push below 606.83, then I think there's a pretty solid chance that it trades back down here. And I would say that you have a decent chance for if that becomes resistance. I'd say look for buy side here. Watch to see if sellers initiate or if this can become supportive again for a push 12s. And CH below here. It's become resistant. What's this? I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, for sure. They put a lower target here. NQ still holding our 80s as resistance. Went to first PT, the 50s. Oh, it's 30 points off that short. Still holding this low. We're still trying to see if we can get acceptance outside of on ES. still holding value, but kind of on its edge here. Need to see 82 show as resistance, down. Things we need to keep in mind is that we are once again at our value low on RTY. So if this is persistent, right, and we continue to maintain this balance, this is the bottom of our oscillation. So please keep that in mind, that NVIDIA still holding support and Russell seems to still be holding support. So I don't, as of right now, it doesn't make. We'll see it though. We need to see yes over 84.50 be bullish, but really I'm just not anything I'm really trying to get at. Russell still maintaining, NVIDIA still maintaining, right? So like does more a persistent and clear sell side push make sense to me as of yet? No. If we can start to see like NVIDIA lose value and show that it wants to push below this, hell yeah. Then I will be bearish. Till then, it looks like scalps long make the most sense. Unless you are playing off of this NVIDIA edge of our Globex high, then you shorts up here, right? Just persistent. I think NVIDIA has probably the best, NQ probably has the best setup, just playing off this 80 to 90 edge as resistance. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see, like, Russell and NVIDIA both don't look like bearish. So it's like, what's going to push the market down? Still, it just looks like balance. That being said, like, I don't see a reason for an active buy, right? It just, again, just very neutral. We can start to recover our overnight low, then we have like some edge there. Right now, it looks like you're just trapped in like a 3-point range on ES. Which, like, if you want to trade a 3-point range, awesome. You. You guys see what I mean by a 3-point range? Like, just it doesn't make sense yet to try to take the acceptance outside of balance. Sure, if Russell like breaks and Nvidia can't break, like yeah, exactly. You have passive participants right now. Once you see someone step in who's like aggressively one-sided and is trapped on the other side, then you can play it. But like being caught in like chop at a low is just the worst. So easy to get offside. Yeah, I think like the most bearish outcome here. This is what I'm watching. It's Nvidia back up into our balance high, that rejecting, with NQ still showing acceptance below our value low, right? Because if we don't have Nvidia to keep this up, what's going to hold us, right? It's the same way we've been using like Russell for oscillation in the past. Like we've got Nvidia at the high of our oscillation with NQ and ES at the low. So like either like Nvidia breaks out and holds higher lows and holds the market up, or like it will start that elevator down kind of scenario where you have nothing then holding the market up and everything's in sync together for downside. Squeeze? The end of day free? Is that what you're talking about? The reversal? Oh yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, we went down to the June contract settle price, what like 192.75, and then saw a big buyer step in, and then we saw offside traders, and then it squeezed back up to basically like EWAPs. Big test here, Russell back down into value low. See if the Russell is able to support. We have basically banks and some energy names helping carry this market up, or really just keeping us out of free fall territory. So if that continues to happen, where we have regionals, regional banks and stuff like that continuing to bid at these lows, then we maintain balance. If Russell breaks out of value, right, that's what gives us the juice. So you can see like KRE, OP, XLE, energy, gold miners, regional banks, financials, industrials, builders. Like RTY is still pretty neutral to slightly bullish. You've got basically just like your energy names, your Bitcoin names, your consumer staples, your semis. Those are all slightly red. So until like we see that shift in a lot of these Russell names from being just like fine with balance, it's gonna be really hard to get like a cohesive move outside of balance. This slowdown is the worst though. This feels like yesterday. We want to see the Russell fail to get back over 61. That's kind of the idea here, if you want the breakdown. You've got NVIDIA coming back down to the low of our balance. And we've got the Russell trying to create a lower high and a lower low at the bottom of our balance. So it's like either we find buyers here again on these two names that have just been oscillating all day, or they finally get the breakdown. We can see on our distribution, right? It's our distribution that we want sellers to defend this edge. I'd like to see them step in basically like here to defend the retest if this was serious, or again, it's just gonna continue to do this where we oscillate.
So the EU Commission is evaluating the possibility of introducing restrictions on the import of agricultural products
Morning.
from Russia to the European Union. It says they will come forward with a proposal shortly.
Remember, EU close, or the London close is at 12:30 Eastern, so 18 minutes. Welcome back, Grotto. Oh, nice. No, I did not know that. It's, be hard for me to know. Did you have like war room demos? What did they show? Hackathon stuff? Big tests here across the board for Russell and NVIDIA. It's our first attempt outside of value. We'd like to see NVIDIA reject this like 87, 50, 88 area if it was serious. Just as we have drawn, this is just the low of our support level, right? So what we're looking for is the failure at this edge of our distribution. That's probably easy to see. We see this edge here. We want to see if sellers are willing to defend this. Or this will just, again, bounce right up to POC. Same thing for the Russell. You want to see a rejection of our value for a continuation down if it's going to do that, or it will just come back in. Is Discord or Discord pictures broken again? You hate to see it. Oh, there you go, it loaded. The No, I see it. Like a blue mascot with a green face. It loaded for eventually. Walking in that looks so bad, man. Like it is where his knees are. They're like right above inside the suit. As we push down into our previous week value area high at 72.75, so I think this is a great first risk off if you are short off of either NQ80s or off of the 82.84 rejection. Just keep in mind, right, like we need to see acceptance below this level. If we can do that, then we can potentially trade to 65s, but keep thinking that buyers are going to be willing to defend off of this low. If we do see this become a resistance, then we can start to traverse our previous week's balance. Keeping an eye on the video to show if that's still the low. Just like yesterday with the bottoming that we saw on ES and Q, as soon as we start to see the Russell selling trend end and we start to see that balance out and recover, same with NVIDIA, that is when you can start to look for buy side for a pushback up. If that's continuing, it's going to be really hard to try to nail the low. There's just no, we have the market in sync, all three going down, right? So just be patient. It looks like it was more like a convention. Was that actually like hackathon? Used. Or is it just like some of the people that were there then showing like the same demos? Sweet World. Oh, Las Vegas. Sweet. Tuesday, Thursday. And really keep an eye here on the Russell on this pushback to value. This is where we want to see that rejection 59s if it's going to do it. Or again, we will just maintain this value low edge on ES. Same with the Russell. We want to see a harsh rejection here and then a push below our pivot for continuation down, or we will return. I actually put a fixed range on this balance that we saw down here just to give us an edge to play off of. I'm going to delete this, know that this is played. Now we're just looking for a secondary move. the sell side was going to be persistent, you'd want this to hold and absorb. Same thing for NQ. Really keep an eye on the Russell and Nvidia though. We come back up to reoffer. Still not showing really any strong acceptance below value. Fire absorbed in full there at 78, 75 as we pushed into 79s. You've got a big buyer attempting here, down at 75.25 on ES. You've got a battle between two players right in 70. Pretty strong deltas off of that. See if this guy goes off sides or if he's able to maintain a bid down here at the slow. Yeah, I mean, like, for this guy to go off sides, you need basically, like, a sweeper below to absorb anything that he's trying to put out. And then we need to aggressively defend that level for him to go off sides. On the offer side. NQ by far the best setup with the 50 area that we found. 50 to 59.50. And Russell still holding these higher lows, so pretty mixed. Again, I think ES has probably been the worst instrument to play. Just with how, like, mixed the market's been. Been really hard, I think, to try to capitalize on on these shorter moves with how choppy we are before, like, real action kind of steps in. Toss, you're on the Top Step X platform, right? Have you guys utilized, anyone who's on the Top Step X, is that new indicator that they made, seeing like top step positioning, is that useful or is it just noise? Yeah, I think I don't know what it's called. I think it's the tilt. I thought that was like the whole you can basically like see how other top step people are positioning like the entire platform. And then it basically like shows, yeah. That's cool. Wonder if it's actually, yeah, so the tilt displays the aggregated trader sentiment analysis for all top step sim traders. And it updates every 10 seconds. So clearly buyer was spotted and found. First risk off into this 81, 80, 81 area. Just keep that in mind. Watch as we approach that 60.9 on RTY and our POC on NVIDIA here at our 89.24. See if sellers are willing to step in and defend this or if it becomes supportive. They use the tilt to front run the customers. Well, it doesn't seem, what's his name? Michael? Doesn't seem like he's used it. There's your rejection of 81s off of our risk off. Same with NQ into the fixed range POC of this area. So just rotated back up. Now we need to see if we can get continuation. NVIDIA rejected POC. Russell rejected our resistance as well. Both trying to gain acceptance above, but so far sellers still stepping in. We like to see if this 76, 77 area can maintain a bid. If it can, right, then we can look back into acceptance. You want to see sellers really try to drive down price on the ladder here if they want continuation. So what happened in this sequence is that we saw a seller get trapped here and then a buyer maintain that level as supportive. And then we get a push up because of that. And they're off sides, come back up to value where there's actually more sell side liquidity to step in, but this guy gets punished down below. Now we're right back to where that buyer was. So without actual like fuel from real participants, it's gonna be hard to get follow through. But what we did was just punish someone who became offsides. So it was it went from 50 to 70% long into that high. I wonder if it'll become like the best reversal, like inverse signal of all time. The tilt indicator. Back down to 54. Yeah, dude. It's gonna be the greatest inverse signal. So good. The Kramer. Video retesting POC here. $79 long. Oh, it shows the average long as well. Holy shit. Oh boy. See if NVIDIA can get acceptance over POC here. Everything else still just balanced. No clue. Yo, what's up, Mario?
Hello. I see you guys are messing with this tilt indicator.
Yeah, it's just watching people go off sides.
Well, I love it. Like, I'm not gonna say anything.
It
I'm just gonna
shows the
observe it.
average position.
Yeah. Well, that's when I got on. I was like, good morning or whatever. I saw it's like average long price is 78, and then average short 81, and it's like, oh, okay, all right.
Checks out.
It's just fun. Like the average long price there, like, everyone's literally just slamming the highs.
Yeah, on the green candle, it went from 58 to 78%. And then it's just like everyone's off sides. Oh, okay. Yep.
This I'm like interested in this to actually see like how crazy the majority of retail traders get into like these edges.
Yeah.
It's an interesting experiment. I did not sign up for an account. I probably should have, but
I guess I did. I don't really know. When Tom posted that fire drill link, I just put my email in, and I guess that's all you had to do.
well, did you read what Surf said last night? That like it was like select accounts and like he couldn't get it because he had like more than one account or
Oh,
like
okay. I just found it in my spam, and I was like, this is the greatest deal I've ever seen in my life.
yeah. I don't know if it was like raffled or maybe because you had. I don't know if you've traded on a Top Step account lately.
No.
It might be like a thing where they're like, oh, let's try to get them back.
I mean, I passed an eval, I don't know, maybe like 2 months ago, but I didn't do anything
Yeah.
with it afterwards. Just closed, and then that was that. I told Romeo I'll loan out that account for double the price.
Yeah, there you go. Make a quick $5.
Yeah, man.
Easy. Sure, Garoto, it's probably all there. It's probably everything. I mean, but it's also like they kind of get to pick and choose what they're reporting. So I'm sure it's not on some of their like top funded traders. Maybe it is, but
I think it says in the bottom it's like all sim. So anyone who isn't on like their top traders, I think, are on like real money accounts, and then everyone else is sim. So it's probably like 80% or 90% of the platform, I'd say, is probably on.
Yeah.
NVIDIA, a huge push into our next target here over our overnight high off of the hold of POC. So pushing to the top of our distribution here. This 91.33 to 92.72 acts as resistance until supportive. Keep that in mind, that this is target until we can see it build above. Russell leading down here at our pivot, 56.8. Need to see that become resistance, right? It's the same thing as before, just kind of like trading ticks around value low. Need to see this become a strong resistance on a pierce below. Same scenario as before that I was looking at is NVIDIA back into the top of its oscillation. If that acts as resistance with NQ, ES, and the Russell all kind of at the lows, and if we don't see a strong buyer to maintain, right, the market now going to be in sync to downside. Nothing to keep us where we are. Can't get out of this range. I really want to see a supportive bid on NVIDIA here if you want to stay in. Yeah. Or we'll probably peak back down in the lows on, like, yes, and keep in this range. We'll see.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs saw a prior read of 504, while total rigs saw a prior read of 622.
Yes, back down to our lows here. Previous week value high, 72.75. Russell testing value as resistance for the first time. NVIDIA still holding POC. Your push below. That reoffers. I'm out one here. Want to see this now be able to reoffer like I was just talking about, see acceptance back into last week's balance. Keeping an eye on NVIDIA as it comes back down to the lowest distributional type. expect to see the Russell bounce at 54.7 and then retest value. If that doesn't happen, then we'll just look for the same setup where this will be our resistance. But I expect buying here, retest value. That 54.7 is just our 30-second opening range low. So either like we see passive buying kind of step in there, or it'll become our resistance on a pierce below. I was short from 100 sauce, and then I added on the 960 just off of this high here. So now I'm just in my my final runners. I've just been taking positions as NVIDIA comes up into the highs, treating it as an oscillator like we usually do with the Russell. So like if I don't see like a strong bid, there's no real reason to think that we keep going up.
In 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs prior 504, total rigs prior 622.
NVIDIA at our rebid reversal line. See if it can get back up, retest POC, or if this will be our resistance, and then it'll we're looking for the pierce below 85.40 and then at the hold its resistance for like actual downside continuation, or it's just gonna find buyers here again. Chop, just like last time. If I had to guess, I'm looking to see if the Russell now makes this resistance, our 30-second opening range low at 54.7 on the Russell. I think that there's potential for bottoming short term at least. So we just keep an eye, see if this area here can hold wants strong sellers to basically defend this previous low and our overnight, or it's just like chopping. It's basically Russell's lagging behind. Same sort of price action we saw on ES and NQ with value up, right? We're trying to see acceptance below, which we already did here on NQ. Oops. Really, that's what do you have for the monthly VWAP, Mario? I'm sure you have that on.
Yeah, on like continuous. Here, wait, let me. I Russell up. Let me switch back to ES. I just posted. So this monthly
Around
with the
62. 5.
it's 66, but 62 is fine too. Like that's the bottom of my zone there.
Yeah.
Uh, but once again, that's with the continuous and the roll on like last Thursday on the 7th, right? With
Yep.
the trading view roll. So
So we're shortly expecting the results from the US Baker Hughes rig count. Can be delayed by a few minutes, but on release we'll lead with the oil rig count.
it's more like, because this, I mean, we can call this the breakout too with the roll. But in this area, I mean, we obviously tested this once on Monday this week. And then like the only structure below is really down into 40s if we don't like hold this kind of like pivot area through 62.
Yeah, that's what I've got. You basically have like an edge from 5.
Yeah.
Like what? Something.
Yeah, the top is 48,
Yeah.
and then like last week's POC and is 42, and that's what I had as the quote unquote like pivot node for this week.
If value high becomes resistance, then POC makes.
I can do this too. So like well, if this volume profile will come in. So like I'll post this. This is what the H contract still. So it's no roll. So we're just trading where that red box is like what we're
Yeah.
trading down, like the bottom of it.
Total rig count 629, 629. Still waiting for the Baker Hughes oil rig count. $510, 510. That's the Baker Hughes oil rig count. 510.
Give me a 1 second, guys. I gotta go wrangle a dog really quick.
Also catching a slight bid with Energy James, it looks like, off of the oil rig, but still at a resistance. Just again, trying to develop acceptance below value right now. Kind of mixed. Yes, still holding our previous week value high pivot at 72. Watching as the Russell comes back up into our value here on retest. Could be a deciding moment, especially with ES also approaching our 72.75. Your value retest here. NVIDIA back to POC off of holding our low balance. You're going to need to see like buyers really step in here to defend if this is going to have any follow through, or is this just going to have like you have initial reaction from sell side being like caught offside here at the lows, but we need follow through back on this recovery to show that this isn't just noise. Have a good weekend, Cass.
All right, sorry about that.
Got a bit of a lift off of oil rig numbers on RTY and just recovered value low here. ES recovered at 72, 75. This looks like we're retesting value across the board. Yes, testing value low right now. Watch to see if NQ finds sellers again into like this 50, 55 area as ES approaches value low. NVIDIA testing POC again. What do you mean, is it shifted?
I don't think it shifted at all.
It's at the right time. 130.
Yeah.
It just is printing before, so you have that as a fuel. So you know what's coming up. It prints ahead, shows you the time. So it's printing at 130. 12 to 130. So far, 50's holding that 50-55 on NQ, but we do need to see it push below. I'd say like this 37 to 40 area needs to become resistance on NQ if you want more downside, or we're just going to rotate.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Right, so we tested the high here. Now we're testing the low, this fixed range. So finding sellers here made sense for at least a short scalp, but we need to see a push below and just hold for more. Or this will just be risk off.
68 counterparties take $413.877 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
No, I actually didn't check Maldito. Let me look. Yeah. It's just another year of the actual final happening in like the knockout stages.
If I share a link to a chart layout with indicators on it and they don't have permissions, will they be able to see those indicators or no?
I believe maybe. I'm trying to think because that used to be my big problem. I think they can see them, but they can't.
According
I
to
thi-
Nikkei,
okay.
Bank of Japan's lead plan is to guide
Talk.
short-term rate to 0 to 0.1% range.
I believe that in view only they can see them, but if they make a copy, they go away.
Okay.
I think that's how it used to work. So then they can't like access settings, because that was always the problem when I tried to help people with like setting setups, and I would do in like our dev version,
Yeah.
not the TFC version. They
Parent advise. I'm gonna DM you. I don't have a. I don't know if indicators get shared or not, but I know you have the indicator package. So yeah, there you go. Check Discord.
yes, testing this value low again. It honestly looks okay for a lift, but I would want it to sit in and like come back to 88s here. I think any sell side on this bottom edge should have a seeking lower still.
Yeah, I mean with the Russell holding value, and Nvidia holding PC, doesn't look terrible, but yeah, you gotta see a lift over on ES.
Like it's gotta come up through this node.
Yeah. Like, and then like have follow through.
Yes.
36 is held on NQ. We're now looking to see if this 50-55 will now be supportive. Understand where we are. It is value low retest on ES and see get back into balance or not. And I should have a video out for PVZ by Sunday, Monday. I'm going to be working on it this weekend, so it'll be done at least by the end of the weekend. I just needed a little bit of rest after releasing that thing, but I will work on it this weekend. Yo, Aram, what's up? Long time, man. For NQ? Or what?
I think he's talking Russell on this
Russell?
test here.
Yeah, Russell maybe at 260. It's a big pivot here on RTY. We'll see. I need a bit more clarification before I commit. But if RTY can't get over this like 61, then and bid, then it does look like at least a local top. Really just keeping an eye on ES into 82. And RTY into like 61. If we don't see like a strong seller at 82, 84 on ES, it just makes sense that we come back up to like 88 in my mind. Gonna watch Nvidia as we come back up into these highs. It's been a great oscillator on the day. I have this area on in small short attempt here from 67 to like 69s, but if we don't see an immediate seller, you got to get out of the way because we'll probably rotate back up to 80s again. So like you need to see the offer lower here dramatically into 82s on ES, 69.70 area. So, like they need to like show it. We need to see a break below 54s. You. Change the what I just said. This is where you expect the bid to try to hold if it's going to. You need to see like pretty strong follow through here, I think, if it is going to last these rejections. A good first risk off. You took that scalp. I know it was quick, but we now need to see if a supportive bid steps in or not, or if this will become resistance. Next target, off of 82 rejection. If we don't see a buyer be able to push us back over like 78s, is 75s on ES. For NQ, similar thing, back down into 36. If we don't see a buyer step in here to defend 50. Russell's still holding though, keep in mind. You want to see in the video reject POC here. You want that downside continuation.
New half hours here. RTY coming into VWAP again.
Reason why I care about these levels, if you go on the 5, you have the potential for this to 3-bar off of our fixed range high here. So like either it holds and maintains buy side here, or we get the rejection right and back down. This is like last stand for buyers for me, or we'll just like come in back into this balance. I don't care. Same thing for N5. Let's try and efforts. Trying best as it can right now to try to hold this bid. If it fails, right, it just makes sense to come back down. So for like the 5-minute 3 bars to play, you need to see a break over 82's candle close, then lift, or this again, it's just like in the middle. Off area. NVIDIA rejected POC back down to where this buyer was last time. See if it leads.
This little look on ES basically cleaned up those sell side sweepers. You would want to see a trade through the highs, or else I keep saying we might get stuck here. Russell has the little look too, but ES NQ structure is still quite bearish until we accept and push out this value low area. Yeah, I remember around with OPEX today too, like you can get some kind of funky suppression on certain names.
Bathroom. That sucks. Well, I wait. Coming back up to our highs here. Russell still just at this 60.9. I want to see that become supportive for me to have a clear side. NVIDIA is still rejecting POC. Catching a bid though, or support choppy. Huge. Comcast is in shambles with that one.
Yeah, actually. They're like, but we don't want to give people what they pay for.
Yeah.
We just want them to pay.
Probably makes. Back to our first risk off here into 69s off of 50s holding. Needs to see a lift here. Expect kind of a passive sell system. If we see 69 become supportive, I just Grotto. Tell me, man. What's the read? Trying to find acceptance back into value. That of trading right now. Russell leading up. Russell finds resistance at any point. Don't really have much to carry the market. So as long as the Russell's maintaining a bid, you either have balance on ES or upside. Nvidia is still holding POC as resistance. You see acceptance above that to retest 91s. I would say that if the Russell continues to do what it's doing, it's just going to go to value high and then get a decision there. There's currently a potential. I called 50s as the low on NQ and 69 to 75 as the high. But if 69s ever show as like a bid, we close and hold there. I think likely our decision after that. NQ. Same thing for 82, 84 on ES. Either that holds as resistance or we'll probably come up on ES.
I'd love to just see that move and get it done with,
Yeah.
honestly. I think it needs to happen. Or it feels like the market wants it to happen. We'll see. These are the days where you have to turn off that part of your monkey brain, though.
First risk off, up to 69.75, back down to the bottom of our range on NQ. Need to see a push below 50s, and then that to become. They're on X. Or if I saved it.
Liquidity on the bid here into 75. Edge negative 500 tick. And a bull's last chance, or I see us back into the lows. 0 tick halfway back, 78 edge here.
You need to see a higher high. GC's market top.
Alright, as we trade in 80 here, if anyone took that 75, it's their first risk off. If we cannot trade over 82 here, I think we just rotate and ultimately, like I said, put in a lower low. It's like higher high here, nothing for me.
Big
So
two test.
82s.
Yeah. NVIDIA stack signal from the low. Push the POC resistance. Either we make this 89.24 supportive, or this will, again, be our high. If it does become supportive, then I look for our overnight high at 9. Same, everything. There's our 80s on N. Good target. 80s become supportive, we look for 90. Was the signal? No, NVIDIA at the lows got a stack buy signal, and NQ at the lows got a reversion signal back to our target at 8. If that's what you're talking about. Reversion signal, and then push to our value low. Off of, that's indicating off the hold of value. That's full target. Then you just got a stack sell signal. Big test here across the board. I'm actually gonna now. Probably change the stacked or the PVC revert. I think it's hard to see.
Like the diamond you're saying?
Yeah.
It can't be. I know what you mean.
Maybe we revert back to the caterpillar.
Oh. Or we can combine the Wordle, where you have to solve the Wordle to get the signal.
We're talking. See if NVIDIA can do it, man. That's out of here.
Feels really strong here. Coming up into daily open VWAP as well. NQ VWAP would be crazy. Understand this 85 daily open area. Overnight low is very important on ES. POC into 88, which we've talked about a lot. It's definitely not the ETH, because that's up at 25. Here's your 85s. Hopefully you guys cannot hear that dog barking. They are going nuts today. I think a lot of this cleanup around, once again, you just have to wait and observe next week. There's a lot of structural flows today that will not be based on value in terms of the indices. They're on values of books. It just takes a little bit more nuance, Rom. It's not. I agree. That a lot of like our normal setups can get mudded. But as long as you know what I mean. Very good, Rom. You're doing the thing.
Back to the top of our balance here on NVIDIA. This edge holds, or we push to 95s. Yeah, you have some liquidity that at 53 to 58 on you as well that we can go for at the same time. Watching to see if NVIDIA can hold our overnight high. Like we hold that, or we probably come back down to POC before anything. Top of balance again, right? Got that NVIDIA stack signal at the low and at the high as right now. I'd want to see a bid here, or again, it probably pushes back down to POC at what, 89.24. So bid stops and no, especially with NQ down into liquidity, we'll probably be back down to the close. What did he fail? NQ. Trap seller now off of that. Idiots. If buyers will defend, need to push back over 63s, or it doesn't mean anything.
Big offer here on ES and 79s.
Oh, yes. You'd want to see a seller like swipe this down. Probably just rotate up right here on ES. His prison photo was just so sad, man. But he's looking rough.
ECB's Villeroy says we are not far from the 2% target. And ECB's Villeroy says we are exiting the crisis of inflation. Just keep in mind ECB's Villeroy is speaking on Europe 1 radio.
Actually gonna pull an inverse and get into AIDS medic
Learning
pharmaceutical.
from the best. Yeah. All right.
This will be banned, right? So
That's true. That is what Martin did.
yeah, this will be the reverse. Martin's shilling crypto and NFTs.
Mm-hmm.
You're onto something with that one, Singe.
Dodge rocket. Surely that's the move.
See if this seller moves the ladder down at 55s. If we get below 50s, probably push back down to our 36. See a buyer step in or see. Bug scalp. Our value load test on NQ. Yes, there's a bit more room to come down if it wants it. Nvidia's still holding. Gonna see if this area will still maintain NES is the low. On RTY here. So we're best now and watch video.
Some minute here, half hours.
Seller stack.
So seeing NYMEX WTI crude April futures, they're settling at $81.04 a barrel, which is down 22 cents on the session or 0.27%. The NYMEX gasoline April futures at $2.72 settlement, and diesel at $2.72 as well. NYMEX natural gas April futures settling at $1.65.
Port's holding so far. NVIDIA back over our overnight high. Backed up to the top of the range here at 92.72. Looks like that liquidity was taken at 69.5 on and see if it can become supportive now. That'd be awesome. Push back up to 80s. We can see a bid step in now to defend those.
you watch the Delicious and Dungeon episode last night?
No, I'm behind.
Oh my god, that episode last night was the ending was crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get on it. I don't know why I've been. I don't know. I haven't been like fading it. I just like been. I don't know. I have
It's
this.
the first show in a while where it's like every Thursday. It's like
That's
the
awesome.
new episode's out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like,
love that. The video right back up to our high. Yes, liquidity still holding. Little blue box I got drawn. Love to see NQB again off the 65. Find it. If it can't, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where your entry was, but like I took a short from 55 down to 42s, but I could have just longed again. I knew that was supported, but I did not. It's closed. Yeah, good job. Thanks. I just got hungry. Yeah. Ruby bounce made sense. Again, that's why it's like it either finds liquidity or it's just it's a jover. I need us over. What I really need to see is NVIDIA break this high, man. Break this level. It's a good bounce off our overnight, but out of here. Gav told me it would be at 1,000 by now. I'm confused.
Gav, why are you lying, buddy? Probably not even here. Oh, he is. Gav.
Big test here. You notice how the market's been slow since Rory stopped spamming? Yeah.
True.
Hmm.
He was getting so tilted last night.
Destiny.
Yeah, we had to do this boss phase like actually probably 15 times.
Is it just the two of you?
Yeah.
Oof.
It was fine. He is just like, it was just funny. You like couldn't kill these champions, and I was like, shoot it with your rocket. And he's like, why would I waste my rocket? And it's like, so you could kill it. What do you mean?
He's saving ammo for the next life, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Surf. Exactly.
Oh, little ES lift.
Video holding. Watch as we push into 95s. Let us know if we're going more. That's that. Big area here on ES. Like 80. Russell into the top of our balance here. Value high. We make it supportive. Go for that Globex high at 66. Congratulations, guys. We made it to the opening range mid of our 30-second range. Huge push on ES. Right back to where we opened. There's target on NVIDIA. You are value high, and our PVZ level off the hold of our mid path is now complete. I will now delete it. Good luck. Probably rotate up to 100. That seller pew. I just remember seeing someone positioning at 105, so I have it marked, but I don't know if it'll be relevant. Probably. For an exp. 5 sold. PVZ target on ES is at 90. But we are at value high at 90. Mind. Love to see. I just deleted that. Let's just see this becomes. Immediate sell at NVIDIA. I'd like to see this now hold, right? Like we want to see buy side present here to defend this. See if NVIDIA can catch a bid here at our previous high. Russell holding value high still. Stop falling.
Push this look back into 85 on ES here. Halfway back, 85.
Brent crude futures settle at $85.34 a barrel, down 8 cents or 0.09%.
So what? Here or nowhere. My opinion.
It's a little deeper, honestly, than
The video right into value high. Either we hold this this overnight high or we go to POC. 82s on ES. Russell rebid reversal line here. POC shift. To see lifts happen, or it just makes sense to keep going. Trying to defend that 78. Jesus. Russell retest, value high here. That's resistance. Like I might be trapped, honest. That 70-71. Trying to sweep the book there. Same shit on ES actually. I'm looking at the
yeah,
83s.
yeah.
I need the video over 93.
Last hour here in 7 minutes. It's great. Today's felt so long. Spent so much time just grinding.
absorption here on NQ. See that push. 87 and 91. It's this blue box I got. Take some continuation here. Should have added those words. I'd like to see this 87 to 91 bid. I don't want us to stagnate here. Still need to see NVIDIA back over this like 92, 72, 93 area. Like this doesn't hold here. Bonds closing now. seller again on a view. Russell coming back up to retest value. A myth. We'll see. I'm looking. We're in a kind of awkward spot. We should know pretty soon.
If Russell can make this 3-bar, and you can look
Yeah.
into 92 on ES. I mean, NQ as a everything has a 3-bar, but
We're like at resistance, so just waiting. Nvidia's still pretty weak here, but holding. USD shifted to our overnight high. Russell pushing. I just been really watching to see how the Russell reacts into our overnight high at 66.1. Yeah, I don't know. I'll let you know when I have a better idea. Right. For me, I feel like the catalyst is this coming in. So we don't have the video with us. It's just the Russell character. Want to see a buyer step in here and see if that gives us enough fuel. It's been pretty anticlimactic so far since our target on Nvidia. Okay, if this doesn't hold, back down, go. Our test and our ETH high on RTY as target, and to see if it'll do anything over this. Help us carry. Nvidia back down to support, back to the low end of our balance off of the high. So if Nvidia can catch a bid here with the Russell not losing steam, and that gives you movement. But if Russell can't continue, right, like that's where I get worried. NQ holds this 65.70, or I probably am back down to 55.50. Still seeing if Nvidia can bid here at the low balance. This first risk off, you're playing off 70 edge to 85. The Nvidia stack signals today have been so good. Holy shit.
Yeah, turn the. I don't have those on my
Oh
like
my
secondary asset chart.
God.
I need to turn them on.
It's 87.91. Either holds again, or we make it a rebid level and a look above. Friday's great again. Up to you, man.
Three seconds, new 15s. Russell only name that had that 3-bar play.
RTY needs a bid here. Nvidia still pushing down, rejection off POC. Need to see it hold here, or we're going to come down to value low off of the rejection of value high and POC. Just makes sense to that full rotation at this point. We don't see a bid step in this edge. Out of here. The 70 is getting heavy. NQ.
B2's here again, yes.
Sell side gets trapped here, or we sweep down to 50, I think. Second. Keep an eye on Nvidia to value low. 82.49. Coming in now.
White House's Kirby says the Hamas proposal is certainly within the bounds of the deal that we have been working on for the last few months.
Big test here for NVIDIA. Immediate bounce off value low, but we now need to see us get back into our balance, or this will be our reoffer. We push down into it.
Russell, another 62 as well.
Let's just shift up. First time I'll see 3 minutes. Russell reoffer a value. Nvidia attempting to get back into this range, back up our 80 area off of the hold the value low.
Like to see lookups here on NQES. Are we retesting tops?
About one here. I think we can get a little bit more. It's iffy as this retest in the video. Got 105 sellers back on NQ. See if Nvidia can hold this edge here. I just closed 2/3 of my position. I just have a runner. I filled into 101.75. Back to our 84. The video holds this tail, or we're gonna rotate back down to 79.68, and I'll attempt again. Watching as Nvidia pushes down here into value low. Yeah, buyers are willing to continue to hold balance.
Some absorption in that 80 on ES here.
Be a lot more comfortable if the Russell would just test POC. Flip or shift up is want that 60.9 test to let us know if we're going back or if that'll hold. Like a decision pivot here. Video into 8250. Our previous value low before the shift. Just watching this pocket. See if we can recover and push back up, or if this will drop down. Same with the Russell off of POC hold, but we need to see it over 63. NQ over 70 bid. Seems like there's potentially still someone stuffing at 82. Offering. So I'm not too. Mario's watching ES more than.
There's nothing here. I mean, there's like some absorption, but I mean, we got 14 minutes on the day. Like, eh. I have nothing to say.
If they'll defend this 70 test, gets knocked down. Russell into value here. And for Nvidia to bid should get us out. These both can maintain. Just keep an eye on that 84 on ES.
Market on close imbalance, 4 spots, 2 billion to the sell side.
84 is holding on ES so far. Idiot rejection with MLC. Nvidia pushing down back to its low. Let this settle. There was a buyer previously at 50.55 on any fan. We can hold there and back over 70s, but if that doesn't hold, much for me. Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of pinning with all of the options. Hear them? My cat attacking my dog.
Ah, animals are going crazy today. Five minutes, guys. And you survived the CPI, PPI, OPEX week. Woohoo!
Look to see if a seller's here at the 65.70. The lift off 40s. We get back over 70s, I think it's okay. Usually it works pretty well, but my cat is a demon. So she'll just like, she gets in these moods where everyone's just like out for blood. On the stairs especially. Going for little like ankle shots. So many sellers so very present on NQ. Yeah, cats are the worst. No loyalty. Jesus fucks. Minutes left. edge still holding.
That's the close. Oh, next week hopefully we open up. I don't know if I can take another week of this.
Something. Watching our 70 edge again in the close.
Imagine a full value rotation right at settlement.
Yep.
Crazy. All right, friends. I will see you Monday. Get outside this weekend. That's all I got. Goodbye, everybody.
Yo, oh, the NVIDIA levels played? I'm glad. You like your cat? Sorry, I wasn't actually in TFS. I was on the wrong Discord. I can take a picture. He's the devil. All right, you guys have a good one. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're struggling with this kind of price action, I totally get it. Do like a little review, I guess. I think NVIDIA has been... We've had a pretty solid read on it. This has been a pretty
For
common...
the week, the S&P 500 fell 0.13%, and the Nasdaq declined 0.7%, and the Dow fell 0.0.
I think NVIDIA's, it's done this a couple times now, especially in the last period, where it rotates, it does a full balance rotation, where we hold our value high as resistance, right? And then we trade back down to value low. It was the exact same thing yesterday's last PVC period. Go to a... Oh yeah, look at that, Maldito. Resistance held, popped. Nice. NVIDIA. But I think like stuff like this can be useful. Am I blind? I am blind. Yeah, so we get like these balanced rotations where like when I call out like that this is the high until we see acceptance above, like I mean it. This is the high until we see acceptance above. We need to see this build and be able to bid off of that. But if we're seeing immediate rejections in areas, like we need to think that price comes back down. Like we're seeing no willingness to trade outside of this area. And we saw the same thing yesterday in NVIDIA's last period yesterday, where we held our value high, and then it's just a slow rotation, see, and back down to value low. I think like respecting these kind of levels and looking, I don't want to say a bias. Yeah, no, I do. I want to say a bias. Like you should be looking to either close longs into this level or looking to find an active level to play off of, like a lower high or something like that. This is a risk off, and understand like this is seller value. Well, until we see a shift above, like we need to be respecting that this is where sellers are going to balanced market, right? And so like when we have I think this is a pretty solid combo when we see value shift down like here, and then our POC establishes in that period, and then our value is here. like this zone to me becomes pretty important. We're seeing a shift of value to the downside, and then we know that like we need to breach this and show it as supportive on a retest above. Like this has to show as supportive for any upside. You're not going to get a POC shift to the downside, like right out, like a point of control. So all of our volume was traded here, right? So until we establish that we want to trade above that area, we don't look for a trade above that area until it shows respect current balance. And it's the same thing for today's session, where we see like a pretty dramatic POC and value area above with a high that's pretty clear. And so until we see price be able to show that it cares about trading outside of this more balance, right, like out of this area that it clearly was rejecting for a majority of today, right, over and over again. Like I need to see this above this area and a strong bid, or it just looks like we're still maintaining this as our high. So like until at least this becomes supportive, right, our POC from the previous period, what are we looking at? What? There's no long here, right? It's only looking to see if value is either going to shift back down. Sorry, if price is going to shift back down to where value was found previously, or like can we garner acceptance above? Like stuff like this, I think can really help you pick a direction. Okay, we know we're at value high. Okay, well now we're looking to see if there's either acceptance above, ability to bid and hold above our level, or we're looking for failures into it and then lower highs to play off of. That gives us an opportunity to then play off of that high and look for positioning, enter, and then play back down to our previous set. Look to play off of that and then go for continuation down. So like for me, I see something like this and we played this to the upside and I have this circled as our high, like okay, well we're coming back down and now we have clearly established high, and now we look to play off of this lower high and set a stop here for an options play and look for a return back down to balance. I'm going to put a video out for the period value zones this weekend, but like that's how that's how I use the level. Like I'm not looking for long continuation until I see clear acceptance above, looking for a return back down to our previous period POC and our value lows, looking to risk off shorts into this level until I see a clear acceptance of it below. There's just no reason. It's the same thing that happened last session with the video, where this is not acceptance below. This is buyers' willingness to hold and bid, right? So like until I see clear acceptance below and a retest in, like I'm not shorting this. I'm also just not touching it. I'm waiting to see a directionality here, because we even wrote this out. Like this looks like buy side just building a position. We're not seeing price action that supports a continuation down. It's just a return back to value. So now we just wait to see if there's acceptance back in value. If we do see that, then we can trade back up to P value high. But until I see like clear rejections from a active seller and then a reoffer, like I'm not looking to short value low. I'm just looking to see if there's a long setup that makes sense for continuation. But like if you have that mentality of like looking for one kind of trade and then waiting for a setup that is in your playbook, like, I think that can be very helpful, especially when price action looks like this in between. Like you're just gonna get caught off sides over and over. Yeah, I don't know. I'll put out a video this weekend though. And hopefully be. But yeah, you guys have a good one. I think the combination of stacked plus the PVZ today was a great example of how like this is a great confluence of we're seeing price action that supports a short, right? We're seeing it into our value high. We get a projection and we get a continuation. And what we see is that with this stack signal at the highs, we see that AVWAP is now resistance. It makes sense for continuation down. You get a stacked buy signal and it's a push just into POC, right? Nothing's changed. So until we can make POC supportive, we can then look back. But if this is just where our seller is loading, then this signal is just into, right? What? Well, it's into our back cloud. It's in our POC. This is where you expect this trade to go. You don't expect more until we see this become supportive again. We're in a downtrend. And you can see that, like, we got great signals today. Highs at the lows. Did pretty well, but when you use them in context with our previous levels, like this is another great one, to our previous period value, like POC, right? Like we know this is our resistance. And what's our target? Well, we've already stated that our target is always, our first target's always going to be our stack cloud, right? So that gives you opportunity. But like taking signals that are into key levels and then using these levels as your stop, right? Again, I don't know if you guys know this, but like we have an invalidation level built in on stacked. We have invalidation level. Same thing for the reversal signals for value. Or the reversions. I don't know if I can find one on. Yeah. This is your reversion invalidation. This is our reversion signal pushing back into our value. But like all of our stuff here, great one, where our stacked signal for the buy came in before our reversion signal and they both had the same invalidation level. And what was our target? Well, that is a return to value, giving you an opportunity to risk off here. Right? So it gave you a secondary entry here. And until we see value become supportive, there's just nothing. So it becomes a great level to risk off because we understand that two-sided trading is over here. So until we can see a lift in the ability to hold and push off of this, it makes for a great area where we understand where this is a potential shift of value. But until proven, it's just a risk off for a long from a action. All right. You guys have a good weekend. Don't drink too much. St. Patty's Day. All right, we'll talk to you all Monday.